Good evening everyone, and we are here at the CCI for the Members Premier League Season 6. It's big, it's grand, and it's the mega finals. Aren't you excited? Yes, we are. We'll come to know by the end of the day who's going to win this grand mega finals. But meanwhile, the update from the toss is Shreevas Automative combined strikers have won the toss and they have selected to bat first. Probably they have a good score in the mind to defend, but at the same time they have invited Pranav'S Badminton Blasters to field first. It's going to be an exciting finals. Looking at the whole tournament, the excitement has always doubled up. So we will see how much it is going to triple up today in this mega finals. Myself, Deepesh Sule, I'll be joining you in the commentary box very soon. The live action is going to come in just a few minutes. Test. The CCI Members Premier League Season 6 is just about to go live in just a few minutes. But meanwhile, the update from the toss, as we earlier saw, Shreevas Automative combined strikers won the toss and have elected to bat first and have invited Pranav'S Badminton Blasters to field first. It's going to be an exciting game of cricket, the mega finals, the live action, the live footage is coming to you in just about a few minutes. on the way. The live match and the action just about few seconds away from the first ball that we're going to see is going to be delivered very soon. But meanwhile, first 6 overs of power play and a lot of excitement that we are going to catch up already, because the overall tournament, if we've seen some ups and downs for both these teams, but finally they have carved their way throughout and be a part of this mega finals. Let's just look how the points table were looking at, because Pranav's Badminton Blasters, they played 5 and they won 5, so they were the predominator in this complete innings with 10 points in total in their hand. But Shreevas Automative combined strikers finally making onto it, because they played 5, they won 3 and lost 2, total with 6 points. But what a semi-finals that we have seen. Pretty exciting turn of events that we've seen in the entire tournament. But eventually the whole craft, the whole journey of this both the teams has been really special, has been really interesting, and finally they come in front of each other. So what is going to happen, what is going to be the early surprises in this finals? Because if you're talking about power play overs, there are two ways to look at it. One, it can be dominated and it can be pretty much developed, or it could be the foundation for the batters to get in a big score already in the first 6 overs. On the other hand, if you see the strategy from the bowling team, you already have a first slip in place, you already have a short backward point, you already have a short extra covers, you already have a mid on in place, you have a short deep mid wicket in place, and now they're getting the short square leg in place as well. You have a short third man. So the strategy is very clear. They want to pick up early wickets, they want to give these early blows to the opponent team, whereas if you see deep covers is there outside the 30-yard circle. So who's going to take the advantage of the 30-yard circle depends on how the approach is going to be, because especially when you're talking about the finals, the intent is very clear that if you're batting first, you're already looking at a score, or probably you're walking out with a projected score in your mind. But then again, if things do not go as per the game plan, what is your backup plan going to be? But meanwhile, a medium pace bowler enters with the first ball, and this is a very good cover drive, and that's racing away for a boundary. So the excitement has already started. How many runs and score are we going to watch today? Because the first ball over pitch delivery, and that's smashed away for a extra covers boundary. Fantastic start. Look at that. It comes into the position very early. Foot movement absolutely right. Head position is also on the ball, and that goes away for a fantastic boundary. The fielder had no chance. Short of the length delivery, this time trying to work that out on the leg side, but the deep mid wicket fielder comes into place, and this is where the variations in the bowling also is going to be tested. The first one, you tried to give it more fuller, over pitch delivery, smashed away for a extra covers boundary. But the very next ball, he made that change into his line and length. He bowled more on the middle stump and tried to bounce it as well. Look at that, good bounce. We're already seeing some movements with the ball also. He's bowling that on the leg stump. The ball is moving away from the batsman, coming to the off stump. Not a very well anticipated shot, I would say. Shreevas Automative, of course, won the toss. They were very confident that they will go for bat first. And Pranav'S Badminton Blasters will be bowling later. But at the moment, it's Shreevas who is going to really look forward to build this innings further, because the approach on the very first ball, if you've seen, with that boundary, said a lot of things. And when you are in that zone where you want those power play overs to be yours, look at that now. Very good field setting. If you've seen that the short extra covers and the mid-off fielder, which is again standing very close to each other, so they can back up each other. Fantastic strategies here. Fantastic strategy. And this is where you walk out with a game plan. You just don't walk out saying that let's see how the game progresses. But it's to hold each other's pulses, very tightly, That is where you're going to capitalize in this every move that the batting or the bowling team is going to do. Another quick single. So again, putting some pressure onto the fielding as well. Stealing that quick single. Five balls have been bowled after that first boundary. It has been a very a different move away from the bowler. He's not giving anything which is wider, which is short of the angle. He's bowling much fuller. He's bowling more on the sticks, and that's why we haven't seen the batsmen charging on the next deliveries. Once again, look at that bit of a movement, and the ball goes towards the short covers. This will be 6 after the end of first over. Swapnil and Vardhan, both the strikers. Look at that. So after that first boundary, 3 dot balls and 2 singles. So it's again a good comeback by the bowler, though he may not have started that pretty well, but eventually how you cover it up. And it is always said in any cricket match or any cricket sport that it is important to have a good start, but more important to finish it perfectly, because it's the finish that you are going to eventually look at who is the winner and who is the one who is at the top of the table. Now the medium pace attack continues from the other end. Well, the wicket has been really good, especially if you see it's a good bounce that is coming. The bowlers will be enjoying that early bounce, and that is why the first slip is also in place. Oh, that's once in the air, was very close, a bit short to the fielder who's standing very close to that crease. This one's in the air, but again short of the deep covers. Fielder will again get a single. So this is where the bowlers are trying to strike and get early breakthrough, because power plays can work in both ways. Either you score big runs or either you get good wickets as well. So of course, I mean, Abhishek will be right now trying to get that breakthrough, because if you get an early breakthrough, it's again going to be a little psychological pressure onto the batters, because a new batter will come. He will take some time to settle down. He will understand the conditions, of course, because this is a finals. This is the big of all. This is the grand stage where you want to take that winning trophy, that gorgeous trophy home, and that is why you would not leave any kind of chances to be pending in your bucket list. You would just keep on ticking that bucket list if the game plan has gone well, if the line and length is absolutely accurate, if the fielding has been of top class, if the catches have taken on time. So when you're preparing a game plan, it's every department's contribution. It's not only the bowler who has to get those wickets, but equally it's the fielding support that you need time and again from the other team members as well, because you're playing this finals and it's a very prestigious cup. It's a very big honor when you win cups like this. And this time he blows and blows big. Straight down the ground. This time it will be the extra covers boundary again that will be targeted, and that will be a fantastic boundary. Good fit movement in the end, coming onto the front foot, giving himself room, and there she goes in the air for a long time. Then a couple of bounces into the boundary rope. Another cover drive, but there is a deep extra covers in place. Well, both the batsmen, the fit movement has been really well. They've been anticipating the fuller deliveries, the over pitch deliveries pretty well. And of course, because there is a huge gap between the covers region, the backward point region, the batsman is trying to pick out a gap over there. Meanwhile, again, Abhishek Zaveri from right arm over the wicket, very close to that pads. Again, stealing a quick single here. End of 2 overs, and it is 13 for no loss. So 2 overs have been bowled. It's 13 on the scoreboard, and Siddesh continues from the other end. Again, after that first boundary that has come into his over, he has been so accurate with his line and length. He's been very economical, not giving any kind of short of the length deliveries or probably those over pitch deliveries that he started with. Because yes, again, I mean, if you give a flying start, if you give those opportunities to your batsmen to go over the top, go over the board, they're just gonna enjoy it. But eventually, it is you who's going to get a big total in the end. This time towards the backward boundary, the ball is racing away for a boundary. That's a fantastic four, coming onto the back foot, giving himself room, and there she goes. Look at that, the ball pitching on the spot, but just went onto the back foot, eyes on the ball, and sliced away for that backward point boundary. Fantastic. Marvelous cricket. Oh, this is close. This is going to be a close decision. Well. I think there was some bat on it. Probably that made the umpires thinking a bit. Probably a slight inside edge, or probably the height. I think these could be the two reasons, because the ball was pitched onto the middle stump. But I think the umpire who is standing closer has a better view of that, and his decision was no. Again, didn't quite time it, but a very good Yorker. So here it is mixing up very well, Siddesh. The variations that we have seen right from the short of the length deliveries, which are again angling closer to the batsman, then the ones who are surprising the batsman with sudden bounce, and this one now the Yorker length. So he's mixing it up pretty well, and that is where your techniques as a pace bowler or as a medium pace bowler works. And when you're bowling that medium pace, you know that pace is not going to be the criteria for you to get the batsman out, but pitching the ball at the right angles, or probably understanding the pulse where you can get the batsman to make a mistake. This is where you need to be very accurate about. And I think Siddesh has done a fantastic job variating those deliveries. But again, he's bowling his second over. Will the captain want to finish his spell, or probably he'll save him for the later half, or probably after 7-8 overs of the game? But meanwhile, he's continued to bowling the from the other end. We saw Abhishek Zaveri bowling from one end. We saw Siddesh bowling from the other end, and this is going to be another over for Siddesh. The only thing is that how the captain is going to mix his switch his bowlers, especially when you're talking about a 2020 format. Every bowler will has 4 overs to bowl. So it's again the switch that is important to see. Well, he'll have to hurry on that, and he completes the run easily. 3 overs have been bowled, and it's 22 for no loss. And then look at the overall tournament stars who have contributed big time to this. If you've seen the batting, Rohan with that 266, Rupen Zaveri with that 231, Rishikesh Desai 223 again, Siddesh Aroskar 211, Sahil Purohit again 192. So batters have enjoyed their batting a lot, especially I mean as a batter, or as someone who is going to make those runs, should always enjoy their batting throughout the innings. On the other hand, if you see, the bowlers have done a fantastic job. Tejas topping that list with 9 wickets, Ambrish another 8, Sachin another 6, Rajiv another 6, Siddharth another 5. And if you see the ranking, well, Rohan Panjani with 1147 points, Siddesh Sharoskar again 859, Rupen Zaveri at 851, Rishikesh Desai at 793, and Sahil Purohit at 693. So these are the people who have been the key highlights and the key run getter, the bowling classic legends who have contributed big time to this CCI Members Premier League. Again, what a turn, early turn for Abhishek, and this is where his forte is. He can move the ball even away from the batsman, or even get closer to the batsman. Look at that. This time the bowler completely on the front foot, stretching his forward leg, and the ball just moving in the nice direction to the keeper. This time it hits, and he hits like a bullet. This one's gone, and it has gone in no time. What a 4. Well, if you're going to bowl over pitch deliveries in the radar of the batsman's bat swing, then this is what you're going to get. And both these batsmen have spent some time. They now understand the wicket much better, the way it's going to behave. Of course, on the earlier ball, a beautiful outcutter, I would say, landing in the hands of the keeper. But then when you bowl those over pitch deliveries, you'll have to be little careful, because anything that you bowl in Swapnil's bat swing, in between Swapnil's bat swing, he is going to smash it for a boundary. He's done that couple of times earlier, and this was the another one. Again, a couple of bounces, bit of a misfield, but will that allow the batsman to take the advantage? No, they say let's be a little patient. We don't want to take any kind of risk earlier in the innings, especially both of these batsmen are complementing each other with their batting. On one end, if Swapnil has been very attacking, Vardhan has been a good support by taking those singles, giving more and more strike to Swapnil. So this is how in a partnership, if you have to make it grow big, you have to complement each other, you have to be each other support, and then you can turn around those tables with the biggest score that you want, even in T20s. And we've seen that 180s, 190s, even closer to 200s that have been got in this tournament. So why not this one? Probably 170 plus will be something that they will be looking at setting up the first innings with. And I think that will be a win-win situation, because if you see, the outfield is very fast, the ball is nicely coming onto the bat. So the batsmen are enjoying their innings at the moment. Vardhan playing on 5, Swapnil another 21. So both of them have built up a very good partnership. This time straight down the ground towards the long off region. They will fetch a fielder over there, but that's going to be a single, and also the end of another good over for Shreevas Automative. 28 after the end of 4. Well, Siddesh will continue. Third over of his spell, and probably the captain just telling him that, hey, look, you've been bowling really good, but what we want is a wicket right now. This time finding a gap towards the square leg region, and that will race away for a boundary. Look at the feet movement once again. He anticipated that very well onto the leg side, just flick of the wrist, and there she goes towards the square leg boundary. This is where you create those opportunities. They're not going to come to you handy, but you have to anticipate things very well. And the line, all he had to do is just elegantly move the ball towards the square leg boundary. This time onto the offside. They'll have to hurry. The throw comes on the at the striker's end, but easy for the batsman. And I think the calling has been very good between these two. If you've seen Swapnil and Vardhan, they've been calling very well, and that is where your hand-eye coordination works, because it's sometimes, when you are looking at great partnerships, it's just the look of the eye, and you know that you have to go for that single, and you just have to put that trust onto each other, and they're just doing very good in that department. All they got to do is just tell that, hey, look, we can go for that single, or we can convert this single into a double. And that is the level of understanding, that is the level of trust you need between two batters when they are batting, and that makes a lot of difference, because we've seen big partnerships failing or succeeding on how you complement each other and how much are you trusting each other while you're out on that crease in any situation. And in middle of the overs, you've seen them, Swapnil and Vardhan, talking. So probably they're discussing the game plan, how to move forward, and that is very important. The positive talking between the two batters, because they're in their zone in that situation. And that is where you see 35 runs of just fifth over that is still ongoing. More couple of deliveries to go, but they're already on 35 there. So they're making a decent use of that power play over. This time, another surprise for the batsman. He wants to go full-fledged, but the ball keeping low. And that is where you ask yourself, how is the pitch going to behave even further? Because on one end, you haven't seen that extraordinary bounce. You've seen a bounce at a body height, at a decent stump height, but this one suddenly keeping low. The batsman wanted to play across the line. Look at that. Again, a very long and loud call saying, yes, yes, I want to go for that run. And the run is even completed. Swapnil and Vardhan, great partnership. 5 overs have gone, 36 on the scoreboard. So 7.20 is the average that they're working on right now, because again 5 overs have been bowled. This is going to be the last power play of this first innings. So you have to be little careful on how are you going to look at this power play to be successful even more. You have 6 deliveries in that power play. You can go to all parts of the ground, especially the well settled batsmen Vardhan and Swapnil can make the most of this over, because after this you will see a pretty spread out field. You will not see too many players inside the 30-yard circle restriction, and then probably you will have to strategize or change or shift your gears according to the field. Starts off with a wide ball, Abhishek Zaveri. Extras have always been freebies to the opponents. They welcome that with a smile. Abhishek starting off with a wide ball. Very rare that you've seen that Abhishek bowls that those extras, but this time he's trying to experiment a little bit and wanting the batsman to play onto the pads. But this time he picks it up very nicely. A low full toss converted into a deep square leg boundary. Fantastic shot by Vardhan. This is where both these batsmen have been really well, playing to the merits of the ball, and that is where the feeling of being content comes in play. Because when you know that you are very well prepared for this finals, you can create these shots like this. A low full toss ball onto the leg stump, just flick off the wrist, and the bat giving the ball a perfect direction to reach towards the deep square leg boundary. So 5 runs already on the first over with that extra in the boundary. They have still more 5 to go in this over. And how many runs are they planning to hit? That is a much better delivery. A very good delivery by Abhishek. Bit of a change in pace that you saw in that ball. Straight to the fielder. No run on that occasion. This time onto the leg side. Easily a run completed. Again, as I said, the coordination, the calling has been excellent. This time onto the front foot again, goes towards the long off region. The fielder is very quick. And you can have many variations in words of a good partnership. But one of the very key perspective of a good partnership is saying no to the difficult situations and saying yes to the calculated risks that you get in the situation of the match. And both of them working for the benefit of the batters. And that is why great partnerships that we've seen have called no to difficult situations, because they don't want to take that risk or probably face a casualty. On the other hand, if they've said to a calculative risk, they have worked as per the game plan, and that is where you know that 99 chances are I'm not going to fail. I'm going to deliver this, and that is what calculated risks are all about. And this one's in the air, but way wider to the fielder. Straight to the extra covers boundary. Will get a single. End of 6 overs, and this has been a very good over to end it on 46 for no loss. Six overs have bowled out, and it's 46 for no loss. The important thing for batters now, from here on, they have to capitalize a steady start that they have got. Vardhan on 17, Swapnil on 26. Pranav's badminton blasters desperately need a wicket here. And right away after the power play, they've got in the spinner. And now you'll see the field pretty much spread out. You have a long on, long off. You have a deep mid wicket. You have a mid wicket. Then you have a short square leg. Then you have a short third man. You have a short covers. You have a deep extra covers. And then you have a short backward point. A nicely spread out field. And a spinner to start that 7th over. Onto the leg side, the call is for 2, but it's a little difficult as a throw is even accurate. Gets a single. Wicket is the key. Wicket is absolutely the key at this point in time, because it's the wicket that is where they're going to change the momentum. They're going to shift the gears if they get a wicket here. Another good delivery, sticking onto those 3 sticks, very important as a spinner. Not a great movement that we've seen from the pitch, even for the spinners. The couple of deliveries were very good in the line that he's bowling, but of course not the spin or the movement that he's expecting as a spin bowler. Well, again, this time moving the ball a little closer. Onto the pads and onto the stumps as well. Wicket falls down, and this is where they were looking to shift the gears, and they've got it just after the power play over. The batsman trying to play a half-hearted shot, and he also has to pay the price for it. Look at that, the ball pitching onto the stumps, onto the pads, and onto the bails. First wicket. Well, looking at this track, I'm for sure that spinners are going to work wonders over here. First wicket goes down for 48 at just the 7th over. But what a start in the very first over of his spell. Meet Khira is the new batsman in. Wider to the off stump and also into the gap. That will race away for a boundary. Mehul Shah this time gave the batsman a lot of room to place it into the gap. Bit of a movement here, and that will also be the end of 7th over, but a good one for Pranav'S Badminton Blasters. Mehul picks up a wicket, and that's 52 for the loss of 1 wicket. So Meet and Vardhan now. Vardhan has been there for quite some time now. The first one to go back to the pavilion was Swapnil. Well, not a great delivery. Short of the length delivery, the batsman had too much of time to hit that one towards the square leg boundary. Look at that. Had a lot of time to read that and just pulls it away for a square leg boundary. This time a better line, but again a quick single taken. Zaosh Irani. A very good flighted delivery and was very close this time. He had the chance to take off the bails on time, but a little late to react. This time the bowler gave a very good flight to that one, Zaosh. But I think the collect was a little late and probably not a decent collect as well. But this is where it is going to get tricky for the batsman if the ball starts moving. And even in the previous over, we did not see that much of a movement. But here he's using the wrist to roll the ball. Look at that once again. Interesting for the spin bowlers. They have got some movement here. End of the 8th over. Just one ball to go, and after that it will be the end of the 8th over. But good to see is the movement that he's getting outside the off stump. He's pitching it outside the off stump, getting the ball closer to the middle and off stick. Look at that once again. Straight to the fielder. Fantastic start for both the spinners. 8 overs have been bowled out and it's 58 for 1. So Mehul will continue from the other end. It's the CCI Members Premier League Season 6. A grand stage for all these players. But who is going to take the gorgeous trophy home? It's not going to be easy, but at the same time, you have to win it for your team. Vardhan and Meet, both the batters. Vardhan slowly and steadily getting those important runs for his team. He's come in as an opener batsman. And you can see the current run rate is still on 7.25. And even in this kind of a run rate, I think 135 to 150 could be somewhere you can look at the final score to. But especially when you're talking about T20 cricket, the last 5 overs have been always attacking. And if the batsman builds this innings to the 13th or the 14th over with shots like this into the gap, and a good fielding by the fielder, couple of runs, he wanted to go for the second one. It's a risky run and an overthrow, and they'll get a second run. They were always going to get that second run, but bit of a yes and no, the coordination issue. But eventually Mehul trying to throw on the at the striker's end and above the keeper, that allowed them to get that easy second run as well. Zao Shirani with that fantastic last over, and now it's Mehul to continue. This one's in the air again, will be straight going to the deep mid-wicket fielder, gets a single. I think again, if you're looking at a good bowling strategy, you're using the half of the pitch at the moment. If you see the ball where it is pitching, it's exactly in the center of the pitch. If you try to bowl more closer towards the batsman, or probably use the 75 or 80% of the pitch for your pitching, and then make the movement maybe away from the batsman, there will be a trap. Again, first slip could have been just an added factor for the batsman not to express himself so much, or not to come on to the front foot more, because he'll still have a fear that if that edge goes towards the first slip, the player is there to catch. So if you use the 75 to 80% of the pitch while you're pitching the ball, and then make the movement with a good flight to add, then the things can change for the bowling as well. Look at that. These are the areas, these are the danger areas where you need to bowl. Just when he saw the batsman moving away from the stumps and shuffling in the crease, he just followed the batsman. And even the pitching, the more it is closer to the batsman will be excited to play or go for the big shot. Again, didn't time it quite properly, but he wants to go for the second one. The throw comes in, and also the batsman reaches the crease. This one's smashed away towards the deep mid wicket. Now, if you see Mehul, the way he's bowled, he's bowled more on the leg stump and on the middle stump. Very few occasions we've seen him bowling on the off stump or away from the off stump. Now, considering the line in which Mehul is bowling, if you can work the ball moving away from the batsman and pitching it on the off stump with a first slip, that might change things a little bit for him, because he's spinning it very well, but he's probably not making use of the pitch at the moment. He's bowling more on the leg stump and on the middle stump. Meanwhile, it's the end of 9th over. It is 66 for 1 after almost that power play over that has gone. We've seen more of those singles, doubles. The boundaries have dried up a bit. So probably another 2-3 overs, they'll try to stick to this plan. And then in the last 5-6 or probably 7 overs, you'll see things moving them in a positive way, because they'll start getting to do more of attack, because they know that they have wickets in hand. They've just lost 1 wicket. And if they continue with the same partnership for another 2-3 overs, both these batsmen are going to be in their bestest zone, where they can read the cricket ball as a football also. Because the more time you spend on wickets like this in a T20 match, you get more engrossed to the situations. And once you know that you are getting better and better in that anticipation, it's just a matter of where you are going to swing the ball. Look at this. What a big shot. That's gone all the way for a deep mid-wicket boundary. And this is where I wanted to comment that once you spend good enough time on the pitch, you start anticipating things very well. Again, leg stump. They're bowling it on leg stump, and he's picked up that very early. Very good feet movement. And that goes for a big mid-wicket boundary. Again, a good flighted delivery straight to the long on fielder. The call is for 2, but I doubt they'll be able to go for the second one. A throw comes in, move early. Well. This is where you have to bowl more. Well, you just saw the difference. When he bowled the first ball, he bowled it on the middle stump and then tried to move closer to the batsman. After that couple of deliveries, the third one and the fourth one, he tried to bowl it outside the off stump. That is where the batsman was really getting tricked, because as a off spinner, if you're bowling to a right-handed batsman, he's anticipating that the ball will come on the middle stump and the leg stump, and he's ready to play that pull shot or a sweep shot. But on the other hand, if you're bowling him outside the off stump and trying to get the ball onto the off stump, he is not going to anticipate that in most of the occasions. Again, a good use of the feet, and that will go straight away for a boundary. Camera woman just saved herself over there at the long of boundary. 10 overs have been bowled down, and it's 79 for 1. And it's time for drinks. Welcome back after the drinks break, and Vardhan still standing as a rock in the center in this important innings for the mega finals that is happening. Meet Kera joining him for another 20 runs. So partnership building again between these two. Earlier we saw a good start given by Swapnil and Vardhan, and now it's Vardhan and Meet both doing the job for their team. 79 runs off the one wicket that they have lost after the end of 10. It's Mehul to continue from the other end. This one's in the air and will be one bounce straight to the fielder. Short ball as soon as he saw the batsman charging down the crease. Bowled him on the pads, but two quick runs. Good call there by Vardhan. Couple of runs added to the total. 82 runs now. Mehul has bowled 2 overs. And this will be his third one. Wickets is something that they will look for at many occasions, but this time what Meet goes big, and that will be a long sixer. Marvelous shot. Again, bowling much fuller, pitch line, reading it very well. Just bit of a movement of his feet, and there she goes for a big sixer. Again, stepping down the crease. Now here, if you see the body language of the batters now, completely changed after the drinks break. As I said that they have lost only one wicket, and now even if they lose a wicket here, that's not the question of priority. The question of priority is to get as many as runs in the second half of this game. It's just 9 overs going to be remaining after this, but as many as runs you can get at this moment, it will be very important. Short of the length delivery again, going on the back foot, opening the face of the blade towards the covers region. Eleven overs have been bowled out. It's 91 for 1, very close to that 100 up mark for Shreevas Automative. Combined strikers. So spinners doing the trick at the moment. Just not wanting to give away that wicket easily. The batters at the same time. Okay, this time is puzzled the batsman on the very first ball. Wanted to go for a drive on the offside, probably the extra covers region. Shot of the length delivery again picked up very nicely. Just one shot, a little shot towards the fielder, but bit of a misfield again. And didn't quite fielded that very well. Probably the ball deviated a bit after the bounce that we saw. Let's look at this once again. The batsman goes for the pull drive. After the ball bounced, it deviated. Yes, it deviated away from the fielder, and very difficult for the fielder to then cover it up. 95 runs for the loss of 1 wicket. It's the 12th over that we are witnessing this, and interesting to watch how the hard hitting and the power hitting will be done. And inside edge, that is very unfortunate because the keeper had no chance and no time to take that one. Thick inside edge, and that will travel for a boundary. Look at that. The ball racing away behind the stumps. Again, short ball. Gets a single. And with that single, they will also reach 100 up. Shreevas Automobile combined strikers played excellently throughout that power play overs, and then always believed in that partnerships that they're building. This time again racing away for a boundary. A good try at the deep mid-wicket region. One more boundary for Shreevas. Fantastic striking by Vardhan and Meet from both the ends. The last ball of the over. Picked up very nicely for a pull shot. Was a good effort in the deep, but the ball sails away to the boundary. Let's look this at from the other angle. Picks it up nicely, knows that there is a big gap, and it will be a long chase for the fielder. And the try went in vain. But good commitment, good focus, good effort in the boundary, I would say. 12 overs have gone. It's 104 for 1. Oh, another stumping. Another stumping effort gone in vain. Did not quite collect the ball properly, and this is again gone down. Look at that. Not a great collect. Another chance gone down. This is a better line. Exactly what I was saying some time back. The moment Mehul shifts his gear from bowling on to the middle stump and leg stump, and he starts bowling more on the off stump and moves the ball away from the batsman, then the batsman is going to face a tough competition. And this is exactly what is happening. He's bowling it on the off stump, moving away from the batsman. Now even he's changed his side. First he was bowling from left arm over the wicket. Now he comes left arm round the wicket. Couple of dot balls to start the over, then a single. And this kind of economical overs are expected from the bowlers now. Because the batsman is the only intent that the batsman will have is to attack on every ball. It doesn't matter how they get the runs, even if they get with a inside edge or on a bad delivery also, then it's okay. But at this point of time, the batsman is only looking to get runs and put up a big total, probably 160-70 plus, which is a good defending total on this kind of a wicket. And they've already got to 106. So they'll try to make the most of it. This one's in the air. The fielder's coming on to it, straight to him. Another single for Vardhan. This time it's not quite connected pretty well. Man coming under it and he's dropped him. Another chance of a wicket gone down. It was in the air for quite some time. The fielder came under it, but the ball just popped out of his hand at the last moment. The batsman knew that he's not timed that pretty well. The fielder had a lot of time. Look at that. A very good fielding there at the short third man region, and that will be the end of the 13th over, and it's 110 for 1. $110 for 1 after the end of 13. And now we've seen on one hand, if the bowlers are trying to target another wicket, the batsmen are still not giving the chance. Couple of chances, one stumping that we saw went down, one catch at the long off regions we saw that went down. So these are the chances, these are the opportunities which you need to convert and put the opposition onto a different level of pressure. Meet is asking for the umpires. He thought it's a little more wider than he expected, but it's a dot ball to end. Oh, again moved inside, moved closer to the batsman. A surprising bounce even for the keeper, and that will go for a boundary. Well, the keeper is facing the heat here. Look at that. The way it turned, the way it spinned. Completely a surprise for the keeper. More than the batsman, it was for the keeper, because for the batsman he's already missed it. But even for the keeper to miss it was a bit unfortunate, I would say. Straight to the bowler this time. So some unfortunate moments for the fielding team here. This time he goes on the top, and will that sail all over the boundary? It does. A big six, a huge, humongous Fantastic striking. Just when you get the chance, make the most of it. Just when you get that shorter ball, pulls it away for that another square leg boundary. Look at that. Great feet movement. And there she goes. And a good move. After that 6, rotate the strike, give your partner the strike, keep the scorecard moving, keep the scorecard busy. Started off with a dot ball, then that 4 byes, then again dot ball, then again a sixer, then again a single. So too many ups and downs. Ends with a dot ball and meet Kira with his half century as well. 31 balls that is faced, but what innings after Swapnil's departure. Vardhan still taking things a little slow, but he's been the architect of this first innings, I would say. Even when it was Swapnil on the other end hitting those big shots, he was allowing the partner to go for big shots, because if one end the batsman is attacking already, there's no point doing the same thing. It's not a competition. But at the same time, if you give that batsman more and more strike for him to get more runs, it's again a beautiful architecture or a thought process that keeps your game going at the top. Meet moves to 50, the half century. 121 after the end of 14. There are still 6 overs to go, and if you still looking at adding another 50-60 odd runs, then the score that you really projected or was a part of your game plan, you've already achieved that, because anything that is above 170, 175 in a finals, it will be a good defending total. Good movement, good spin. Now, if you go back again 3-4 overs, the run rate that they were playing on was around 7-7.5. But now, if you see, it has escalated to 8-8.5. That is the approach, or the shift of gears has changed. That is where they know that they have a lot of wickets in hand, and now it's time for them to go over the board and show the shift of that run rate also, which is on the higher side. And this is the best part of a good team who is batting first, because when you're batting first, you really don't have the pressure of run rate. What you really have in your hand is the opportunity that you can create in 120 deliveries. But on the other hand, when you come to chase that total, you have those first 5 overs as a test of your battle. If that test of the battle goes with you or without you, you still have 15 overs to get back. But then again, you don't have a choice. It's a do or die situation for you. T20 format, very quick format, but again, if you have to think from many perspectives, there will be a lot of brains that will be involved. Well, can't stop that, probably that single that he was aiming to stop that one, captain himself at the bowling end. Gets a single eventually, batsman. Now Vardhan is back on strike. Well, it's a soft dismissal, but he is very happy with that. Gets off the settled batsman Vardhan, cotton bowled. Wonderful catch to end that, and he's very happy. Josh there. Now this could be another twist in the tail. If the first 15 overs have gone very well for Shreevas Automative combined strikers, then probably Pranav's Badminton are going to bounce back. The blasters, they really want to blast in that last 5 overs, because fall of wickets here will be very risky for Shreevas Automative combined strikers. Zaosh Irani. Again a good flighted delivery onto the front foot, a good drive towards the long off region. End of the 15th over, 126 for 2. The call is for 2 and they complete it comfortably. It's now the last 5 overs. Always the interesting par hitting overs for batsmen. Arjun Patil joins Meet in the center. Pushes towards the point region, gets a single. Again, he's doing the right thing by giving Meet the strike. He looks a bit tired, but he's been there for a long time. $129 for 2. What are they really looking at? 170, 75 odd runs. Anything that is 160, 65 plus. I think it's going to be a decent score for this final. Oh, this time the ball and the bounce, both surprising the batsman. Another good delivery. Both of them just surprising the batsman with that bounce. Didn't quite expect that. Did not quite expect that. Oh, well. 3 good deliveries. 3 very good deliveries in this over. Just puts the batsman in pressure. Fantastic end to that over. After that, couple of runs on the first delivery and then a single. He bowled the rest of it dot balls and 129 after the end of two. 4 overs to still be bowled. Spin attack has been very impressive. You saw on that previous over also 130 for 2. Change of pace, forcing the batsman to go onto the back foot. The call is for 2. Will they get 2? Yes, they do. Change of pace, picked up very nicely towards the deep mid-wicket region now this time. Another single will give the strike to Arjun Patil. Well, what a delivery. What a delivery. He thought the ball will move, but instead he bowled it to be much straighter. Arjun was early into the position. He shuffled on the crease. He thought that the ball will come closer to him, but instead it just went the other way. It went much more straighter. Change of pace again. Arjun came a little early on the ball. No run on that occasion. Spinners have been very tactical outside the off stump. Good flight to the delivery and only manages to get a single. On one hand, the batters are going in for that attack, going in for that kill. This time onto the leg side. The fielders coming on it, but again it will be dropped. That will allow the batsman to take the second run, but a series of drop catches, drop opportunities continue. End of 17th over and it is 136 for 2. Look at that again, the ball moving and he's playing with the spin. Nothing wrong with that shot, but just when you can convert these catches, is still going away from your hands. Not a great sight to watch for any bowler. $136 for 2 after end of 17. More three to go in this innings. Well, what a reverse sweep and what a connect. Just gave the ball the direction and went in for a third man boundary. This is where now you need to change your perspective, because it's just 3 overs. Just 3 overs. Whatever works in your favor, go for it. Siddharth at the bowling end, not very happy with the keeper, but he had any chance to stop that. Went in for the reverse sweep. Now where is this going to go? This goes straight down the ground. Fielder coming under it and another catch dropped. Well. Never ever a great sight for any bowler to see this happening. Couple of runs will be added, but the bowler will not really be happy with that catch getting dropped. Well, look at that. Easy catch once again. Could have been converted. Couple of runs added to the total. Again wants to go for the reverse sweep, but this time he is even smarter. That is bowling him on the pads. No connection there. This time he goes into the gap. No, but there is a fielder that he'll find. Bit of a misfield there. And that will go for a boundary. Very unfortunate once again. It was a good effort in the deep. He hit the ball with a lot of power. Straight to the fielder after that bounce. But again, misfield. Unfortunate. That's gone for a boundary. Well, the batsman will be enjoying this, because he knows that he is aiming for big and that big is getting converted. Again goes for the reverse sweep. Again troubling the fielder, and that will go for another boundary. He has been absolutely impressive. Wider to the stumps, and again misjudged by the fielder. Sails away into that boundary. These are these important runs that Meet is getting for his team. And he will have to continue that same fashion of power hitting in the next 2 overs as well. 151 for 2. So the pace attack continues straight down the ground, and that will be a big one for a sixer. Arjun Patil this time taking the charge on the bowler. Fantastic strike straight down the ground. Shot of the length delivery picked up very nicely. One bounce. This time it will be the mid-wicket boundary. Two back-to-back big shots. First a sixer, then a boundary. And if he plays with the same fashion, then 190 will not be a far away score to look at. 10 runs off the first two. And that's the beauty of T20 cricket. It's how you finish it. And if you're going to gift wrap it perfectly, then the gift is always going to look very presentable. Well, right now in this finals, he's gifting his innings to make it bigger. "17 runs off the 10 deliveries that he's played. Meet Kira on the other hand, 71 important runs. And the ball moves and moves away from the keeper. Another misfield here. Surprise the keeper with that sudden turn. And this has happened in the spin bowling as well, and now it happens in the medium pace bowling. Sudden turn brings the ball closer to the batsman and even surprises the keeper. Straight down the ground towards the long off boundary here. Bit of a misfield again. Will they go for the second one? No, I think they'll be happy with that single and happy with Meet coming on strike. Another power hitter, 71 runs of 45 balls that he's faced. Oh, that's clean bowled. All the bails on the ground. And he gets the man. Meet, after a fantastic innings of 71 runs, he will have to go back to the dugout. But what a innings in the night of the finals. Eight more deliveries to go in this innings now. Meet, who was playing on 71, was clean bowled by Siddesh. A good wicket to get at the end. Well, again, That should be the end of 19th over. It's 165 for 3. That's a late cut, but straight to the fielder. Doing the right thing, giving the strike to Arjun, who has shown us some big shots coming from his bat. But again, Abhishek at the bowling end. Well, this will travel to the boundary. Thick top edge and cannot stop that one. Full toss ball, and again a man coming under it, but will fall short. Didn't try to really intend and go for that catch. Very nicely picked up straight down the ground, and that will be a boundary. He had to almost dig that pitch to take that off his bat. Fantastic power hitting. Unbelievable. A Yorker delivery can be treated in such a fashion. Almost digging that from the ground. Goes for one more. This time a man coming under it, and he takes it. Just on the penultimate delivery of this innings, a wicket falls down. Well, after a long time, we finally saw a catch that has been nicely taken. We saw a series of drop catches, but this time it was very well judged. Pair of safe hands inside the 30-yard circle, and it picks up very nicely. A good catch in the end. And here we go. Last ball of this first innings. Good stop on his own follow through. Will get a single, and then will be out on the second one. So the end of the innings, 177 runs on the scoreboard, and it will be 178 to win at the night of the finals. Welcome back to the second innings of CCI Members Premier League. Shreevas scoring a wonderful 177 of the 5 wickets that they've lost by 20 overs, and now it is 178 for Pranav'S to win this finals. Pretty exciting knocks. The top order being on the top, played really well, especially the innings by Swapnil. Then it was Meet. So start of the second innings. Very good start by Arjun Patil. So it's Siddesh and Kunal, both the striker batsmen for Pranav'S. And to start with bowling, it's Arjun Patil. Going right around the wicket for the left-hander batsman. This one's in the air. Could be an early blow. Oh, almost there. Almost there. Had a lot of ground to cover. Could have been an early blow because it's 178 to win now. So even the batsmen will be wanting to get as many as runs that they can in the power play overs, because that is where your flying start is going to be for the rest of the chase, because the run rate that you have to achieve in the 20 overs, that is going to be the first thing in your mind. And if you get a great start in the power play overs, then you will not be worrying for the rest of the innings. So starting off with a flying start is something that you look for. But on the other hand, Shreevas, they know that they've got a good score, and it's just a matter of those early blows that they have to give it to the opponent, and then they are set to add more pressure onto the opposition. So is it going to be a session of more runs, or is it going to be a session of wickets? We'll have to wait and watch. Gets a single. Bit of a misfield there, allowed them to go for the second one as well. Bit of a change in the fielding as well. They get the deep mid wicket in place. Well, some young talent also playing in Shreevas. We have the young lad, one standing at the covers region, deep covers region, the other one at the short third man region. So it's a good balance of, and also two young lads, one in the short fine leg and the other one in the mid on region. Good balance of the age group that we've seen. It's just the first over, so both the batsmen trying to settle in, and they still have a lot of power play overs to come in, but early blow could be a little risky, and that's what they don't want. Because even if you get a steady start, probably 30-40 odd runs in the power play over, you will still be able to achieve the 140, 130 odd runs in the next 14 overs. But probably, I think the way Shreevas batsmen approached the innings, they focused more on partnerships. They did not focus on those small cameos that will be played by different batsmen. But if you saw the opening pair, they were rock steady for the first 7-8 overs. End of the first over, it's 6 on the scoreboard. So as I said, the first over, and especially the first innings, the way Shreevas approached their innings, they were looking for big partnerships. And that's a very good bouncer. Just beating the batsman with that sudden bounce that he got. Because we didn't see that kind of a bounce in the first innings, though we are seeing this in the start of the second over. But I think in the first half or the first innings, we saw the ball bouncing at the stump's height, or most of the times it was surprising the batsman going even lower. But this was very nicely bowled, and obviously he's got a good height, so he's really releasing the ball at a decent height. This one's in the air, and it's very difficult to catch those. Another catch goes down. First we saw it in the mid-off region, and the second one now in the short mid-wicket region. Bit of an injury there, I think, to the fielder who was fielding it. Good bounce has to be there in any wicket for a bowler to take that due advantage. In the first innings, we saw the spinners also moving the ball very nicely. We'll have to wait and watch what strategy does Shreevas has, because they have good set of bowlers. It's how the captain is going to switch those bowlers in regular intervals. Because in the first innings, we saw that the power play over was completely bowled by the medium pacers, and then at the 7th, 8th over, the spinner was introduced. But spinners did a great job. They really applied those speed breakers, but in the end, the massive hitting by Arjun Patil was mind-boggling. Even Meet's inning was very crucial. 71 runs odd that he scored. This one's straight down the ground, clears the man at the 30-yard circle, and that will be a boundary. So Kunal Vora and Siddesh Aroska, both of them starting off pretty well. That's one more. This time he will clear the extra covers boundary. No chance there for the fielder. So this is exactly the start that you would love to have as a batter. Especially when you're chasing a long target like this. Get those early bit of runs in the power play overs. All you have to do is just clear the 30-yard circle. Be it an aerial route or be it a carpet route. All you got to find right gaps. And if you're going to go the aerial route, all you have to do is just clear the 30-yard circle man standing. 2 boundaries back to back. Already 10 runs conceded in this over. How many more do you get? This will be a wide ball and not collected by the keeper. So it will be byes and it will be a boundary. Easy pickings here. Easy pickings here for the batsman. The previous one was intentionally missed by the batter, but a good try by the wicket keeper. "20 runs already in the first 2 overs. Still one more to go in the second over. Another wide ball, I think. Another wide ball. We are waiting for the umpires to call it. Yes, it is a wide. Well, he wanted to confirm that with the batsman, whether he hit the pads or not. But that's the only question he had in his mind. But otherwise, he was clear that the ball is moving away from the leg stump and it will be a wide. This time, just a single to end the over. A very good second over for Pranav'S. That's a good shot. That's smashed towards the extra covers boundary. You would love to see that replay again and again. The way he comes into the position, anticipates very well, and look at that. Good anticipation, creates himself some room, goes on to the back foot, and there she goes towards the extra covers boundary. Fantastic shot. Straight to the fielder. He'll have to hurry. A direct hit could have been closer. Arjun Patil at the bowling end. He'll have to go for those bouncers. He'll have to go for that body line deliveries. Goes right around the wicket for the left-handed batsman. And I think right move that he's doing, because he can easily, with that cross angle, can bowl closer to the batsman. He can get the ball coming close to the batsman. This is exactly the intention, but that thick edge going towards the fine leg region will get some runs for the batsman. Thick inside edge. And the way he's using the bowling crease is also a good part to see. He's bowling a little wider to that stump. So whenever he's taking that jump, whenever he's releasing the ball, he's bowling it wider to the stump so that he can take the advantage to bowl cross angle to the batsman. Look at that once again. Trying to get closer to the batsman. Just falling short of that fielder, mid-on fielder. And he'll complete that run. End of, not the end, but I think there is one more ball to go. On both the ends, when it is a right-hand batsman or when it is a left-hand batsman, he's using that cross angle release of the ball very well. This time he goes for the bouncer. That's in the air again. One bounce straight to the mid-wicket fielder. Spinners have done a good job on this crease today. Especially they've got some movement to the ball. They've got some spin as well. But the only surprise element was whenever the spinner you were bowling, they were not getting a good bounce. And that was actually surprising the batsman in the first innings. But we'll have to wait that how Shreevas bowlers are going to be pitched in. What will be the twist in the tail? Is he going to get a spinner in the power play over, or is it not? Is still a question mark. Meanwhile, on both the ends, there's a pace attack that is going on. And that will be a wide ball. Trying to add up that extra bit of pace, missing the line and length completely. A dot ball is what they are searching for. Because more and more dot balls that they bowl, there is going to be an indirect pressure that will start creeping up upon the batsman. More and more economical overs, more and more wickets. That is a good shot again. Picked it up very early. Saw that bounce coming onto the body. End of the third over. They're playing at an average of 11 runs per over. It's 33 for no loss. 33 runs, and they're keeping the average intact. Know that early bit of pressure should not be the reason to spoil a good final that they have a chance to win equally. But at the same time, now Shreevas will have to pick up wickets if they want to add that pressure, because that is the only way you can keep the run rate always on your side. Because the more and more it increases, it will be good for Shreevas. But the more and more it reduces, it will be good for Pranav'S. So both in that competition of getting early runs in that power play, but at the same time, after the field restrictions are little spread out, how the chase is going to be poised nicely. Because if these two batsmen, again, taking the example from the first innings, they looked at good partnerships. Even this pair, they did play a lot of risky shots, but they still got some life, some drop catches, some catches that were impossible, but there was still a chance in the center. But then again, when you're getting those chances, how well are you making good use of it? And I see the batsman making a good use of it with that boundary. Pulling that away towards the deep mid-wicket region. Hit it middle of the bat and pulls it away with a lot of power between the two fielders, and that will go for a deep mid-wicket boundary. "139 runs still needed from 100 deliveries. That's not an impossible task. All you got to do is just stay there, hang in. Full toss ball straight to the middle fielder. Bit of a misfield, but there is a cover, and that will also be a no ball. Clears the 30-yard circle, but does not clear the boundary. Five boundaries already in this innings, and we are still at the fourth over only. Lot many boundaries and sixes to come in. This time it's a very good shot, and that will race away for a boundary. No chance there for the fielder. The effort was 100%, but the ball speed was more than that 100%. Superb techniques here by the batter. Pulls that away on one leg, and there it goes for a boundary. Straight to the fielder this time. Again, short of the length delivery, did not quite time it pretty well, but it is enough to get a single on that ball. End of 4 overs, and it is 49 on the scoreboard. Now it's still 2 overs to go for the power play overs to finish. And they're already close to that 50, just one run away from that 50 in the just 4 overs. So that means the intent is very clear. Score as many as runs and get the run rate below probably 7-8 runs per over. In the first 10 overs, the maximum you can do will release off the pressure in the next 10 that are going to come to you. So the challenge is how many you score in the first 10 overs. So spin attack got early in the innings. Just when your pacers are not having a good day, it's always a good call to get your spinners back to the attack. And the captain will be expecting the spinners to get a wicket. And there you see the first slip also coming in place. A very brave decision by the captain, considering the way both these batsmen are hitting the shots all across the corners of the ground. But still, you always have to take your chances. Very good spin. Wonderful leg spin that he's rolling his wrist to get that spin. Fantastic techniques, fantastic skills by the bowler. And he's making good use of that. $50 up for Pranav'S. And the required run rate just about 8 runs per over. But the interesting part will be with the spinners coming in, this run rate might escalate as well. Because the way easily runs were coming onto the pace bowlers, now the spin attack has surprised a lot of equations here. Another single towards the deep covers region. Kunal Vora already playing on 32 runs of just 16 deliveries that he's faced. And it's Siddesh on the other end. Short ball and pulled away. But still there is a man in the deep mid-wicket region who will stop that off. So he knows that there is a chance on the leg side that he might get that big shots. So he's placed the player strategically over there. And that is where you say that you have set the field appropriate to where the bowler is going to bowl. A good flighted delivery straight in the hands of the fielder. Completes that single easily. Short ball once again. Didn't quite time it. I think it will be a leg by. Yes, it is. And also the end of 5 overs. Only 5 runs off it. And it is 54 for no loss. And this is where your spinners are going to be challenging to you. Good flighted delivery, gets a single. Now before this you were seeing a lot of boundaries coming in, a lot of didn't quite see sixes to be very honest, but a lot of boundaries that were coming in. But now suddenly after the introduction of spin attack, all you have to, all that we are watching right now is more of singles. Very good move by the captain. Very good move by the captain to get in spinners early in the innings, especially in the power play overs. Now an interesting feel on the offside. He's got a short third man, he's got a short backward point, then he's got a short extra covers. Then there is a man between the mid-off and short extra covers who is standing for the catching position. Oh, look at that. The ball moves. The ball moves away from the batsman. Nicely kept by the keeper. Well, it's not about pace anymore. It's about pitching at the right areas. Again, he moves and make a mistake. He's got him. Wicket falls down, and this is where the twist and the tail lies. Wicket number 1 at 55. Well, the spin attack has worked for Shreevas and impacting the innings now. The first 4 overs, the batsmen enjoyed that with a lot of boundaries that were coming in. The runs were coming easily. But as soon as the spinners were introduced, they started creating that magic. Look at that. Well, gets a single. And this is where the whole game strategy is going to be. How well are you switching your bowlers now? As a captain, I think it's a brilliant job done, getting introducing the spinners early in the innings. And he saw that change immediately after the spin bowling was introduced. Very good captaincy. Well, he's shouting aloud. He thought he got a man, but that's a leg by given, but probably was not in the line and moving away from the leg stump. Not pitching onto the stumps for sure, but he was off in a flash with that long shout. No, says the umpire. And this time he plays across the line and does it well for a boundary. Gave himself some room and there was no chance for the fielder. Still, I think if you talk about the run rate, it's a decent 10 plus run rate at the moment that we see. 61 in 6, not a bad one. But the only worry is the fall of wickets that might come in if they don't play the spinners that well. Otherwise, I think the magic of first 4 overs is still a very testimony to the inning. Still there in the center, who is knocking the ball off middle of the bat very nicely. But it's just a matter of how well you keep wickets and then build your innings. Because if you keep losing your wickets, then it's not going to be a win-win situation for anyone. This time straight down the ground. A good straight hit by Siddesh. So it's just a matter of how well are you playing the spinners. Are you taking the pressure on yourself, or are you giving the pressure onto the opponents? Because we've seen a new perspective when the spinners were switched on. This time onto the leg side. I think it's in the gap. No, it is not. Stopped by the fielder very nicely. They have those young players who can run really well. The long on fielder surely saving some important runs for his team. Oh, that's a catch and he's gone. Wicket number 2. Slip fielder strategically put and gets his man, trying to edge that out. Nicely flighted delivery. Just trying to edge that out. Well, pops for the first time, but second time it's a clean take. 2 wickets down. Well, always the pleasant sight for any spinner to see the ball taking that leading edge and going towards the slip, or whenever it is caught behind. Beautiful angle of the ball, and that is the only concern right now here for the batters, because 2 early loss of wickets, and there could be a chance of another one as well. Abhishek Zaveri comes out to bat. That one attacking batsman who has played so many innings like this. Short of the length delivery, nicely played towards the backward point region. There's a man coming to cut that off, and that will be only a single. Another very good delivery. The call is for yes. And a good run in the end. Rupin with that call, nicely responded by Abhishek. End of 7 overs and it's 65 for 2. Couple of singles. So Kunal Shroff, who took that first wicket in the very first over that he bowled. One more very good delivery. This time the ball not moving much, going straighter, but he's nicely mixing that up with the slower ones that he's bowling. Extra slow, I would say. He's deceiving the batsman in that pace. Look at that. This one comes much straighter, much fuller, and straight down the ground. Abhishek Zaveri will get a couple of runs here. .68 for 2. Still 110 runs needed at 74 balls. Just an average of 8.92 that they have to achieve it. Impressive with the spin attack that they've got. It's not going to be an easy match for both of them. A bit of a misfield and the bowler doesn't like it. What will be the final decision? Couple of runs added. Again, a couple of runs. Oh, just a single. The bowler goes himself to save that one. Clean boundary. Eight overs have been bowled and it's 71 for 2. So spin attack continues from both the ends. Gets a single. So 1-1 wicket each for both the spinners. Again, trying to play that towards the backward point region. Is looking that thick edge towards the third man also at times whenever he is trying to go for that shot very late. Again, this time plays it across the line, finds a square leg fielder. So wherever the batters are trying to hit it, they've got that protection over there, because max to max 2-3 spots which are very much highlighted in this spin attack are the deep mid wicket, then you have the extra covers, then you have the backward point, and all of these fielding positions, they have a man. Look at that. Once again, he's trying to get the gap between the point fielder and the short third man fielder that is there. But again, it's how well you are working out that gap. If you are going to just push it, then you are going to find the man. And this is where there are most of the chances that the patience of the batter also goes off. and he tries to play something that he never wanted to play. This one was nicely edged. We'll have to see who wins the race, the ball or the fielder. Yes, the fielder wins, but they'll go for 3 runs by the time he stops and throws back. Good running between the wickets by the batsman. This chase is nicely poised between both the teams. On one hand, 2 wickets have gone and the bowlers are looking for the third one. And on the other hand, the batters are trying equally hard to get the run rate in place. Fantastic finals of this CCI Members Premier League. Oh, this time it's straight down the ground, and then this will go all the way for a big sixer. It's Abhishek Zaveri, and he hits a clean 6 straight down the ground. 85 for 2 after the end of 9. Well, this time it's straight to the fielder. Abhishek Zaveri and Rupen Zaveri. Again towards the deep extra covers. Gets a single here. Another slower one, bit of a misfield, and the bowlers won't be liking it. Another slower one delivery, this time hit with a lot of power, and this will travel for a boundary. Short of the length delivery, very slower one. Had a lot of time to stand and deliver. straight towards the deep extra covers region. Once again, the call is for 2 and they will run 2. Fantastic running between the wickets. They are getting those runs. They are running those doubles. Very agile, very energetic. And that is the energy when you want when you're chasing such big totals. To not come in the pressure, but do something that will create pressure on the opponent. Once again, straight down the ground. Again, the fielder will have some work out here in the outfield. Gets a single. An end of 10 overs. It is 96 for 2. So 10 overs and 96 for 2. Abhishek Zaveri and Rupen Zaveri looking very good, mixing up those boundaries, singles, doubles, very energetic, and scoring the runs to all corners of the ground. A perfect chasing strategy, that if you are not getting boundaries and sixes, just do it with singles and doubles by putting up that pressure onto the opponents. Look at that. Again, put it into the gap, gets a single. When earlier when we saw the spinners coming in, we really thought, and obviously, both of them took one wicket each. So it looked like it will change the phase. This time Arjun Patil wants to charge on that catch, but falling short of him. Straight down the ground. Abhishek Zaveri, known for his straight sixes. Again, a lot of experience that backs him up for these kind of innings. This time, what a shot. Nicely connected in the radar of his swing. Gets a single. Oh ho ho, look at that. An eye candy to watch. Boundary coming towards the deep mid-wicket region. You give as much as flight you want, but if the time and the swing of the bat is aligned properly, then it's a shot of perfection to watch. That one kept low, but not an issue. Abhishek gets a single quickly. Oh, look at this beauty. Just sits and just places the ball above that short square leg fielder. Massive hitting by both Rupen as well as Abhishek. Look at that. Just sits and puts it away towards the square leg boundary. They'll have to do something different because both these batsmen are nicely set, and they are also proving to be very attacking. 178 runs to save and defend, but the score is already 108. So 70 runs more needed in just 54 deliveries. That is very, very, very close. Unless there is now an exceptional bowling spell that takes around two wickets at least from here on to put the opposition on a little bit of back foot. But that doesn't look like. Rupen and Abhishek very much in the zone of this chase. They haven't given any chance after those two early wickets that fell down, especially after the spin attack was introduced. But after that, they have been outclassed the entire innings. What a batting. Abhishek especially impressing everyone with his straight sixes, straight drives. Onto the leg side, takes a single. And this is the best part about the partnership. Whenever they both have felt that we should add in more and more singles, put the fielding pressure also, they've done that very easily. So they are not the batsmen only looking for sixes, boundaries, or trying to hit big gaps. They've played to the merits. Look at that once again. The call is off. No, he will have to hurry, but I think Abhishek is safe. Good fielding there. Bit of a change in the fielding. That is elegance. That is elegance with power. You can't see a better shot like this. Placed so well and just into the gap. It looks like where he knows where he wants to send that ball to the boundary to. Just opening the face of the bat and directing it towards the backward point. Once again, shuffles down the crease, gets a single. Into the gap. And Rupen wants to go for the second one. Abhishek will have to hurry, but throw is at the wrong end. It would have been interesting if the throw would have been on the Abhishek's end, because he was the one who took that start late from that non-striker's end. But easy 2 runs in the end. Misfield, and that will also get them to take that single. End of another good over for Pranav's. It's 117 for 2 after the end of 12 overs. So it's again Arjun Patil on the attack. So for a moment when we thought that the spin attack made that change, gave that breakthrough, yes they did. But after that the batsmen have been dominating the innings, Rupen and Abhishek. So it's again Arjun who comes to the attack. Good bouncer, and that will be a wide ball. Another extra added to the total. This time extra bit of pace, very close to that off stump. Abhishek trying to pull that one, missed by the keeper, and they will get a single. Both these batsmen nicely synced into the game, and even the partnership is sailing wonders. Bit of a tip to help by Meet. 119 for 2. Oh, this is cracking shot. Only a run, but the noise that came till the commentary box was absolutely interesting. Again, the fielding was good, not the throw. That allowed them to go for the second one as well. That's straight down the ground into the gap. Bit of a misfield. Again, allowing them to take that 2 runs. That's into the gap. This time, no looking back. That will be a boundary. From last 2 deliveries, he was looking for that extra covers boundary, and finally got it. Bouncing ball again, pulled away nicely, but this time he'll find the fielder, gets a single. Bit of a change in the pace. He will have to hurry for that run. But where is he throwing? On his own follow through, trying to save some runs, and yes, does only a single on that over. After the end of 13 overs, it's 129 for 2. Once again, the spin attack, 49 runs needed of 42. On an average of 7 runs per over that they need. 129 for 2 after the end of 13. Rupen Zaveri on 42, Abhishek Zaveri on 28. Interesting batting, and what a finals to watch. Both these batsmen standing like a rock. .129 after the end of 13, and now again a spin attack comes to play. Plays it nicely, gives the strike to Rupen. He's been attacking on the spinners. Abhishek doing the right thing by giving him the strike. Just open the face of the bat, and that will travel for a backward point boundary. Fantastic striking here by Rupen. Moves to 46. Outside the off stump, chased it and put that one into the gap. Oh, this is mistimed. This was a plan, and the catch goes down. This was a plan. This was a plan because intentionally that easy delivery was given to the batter to hit that anywhere that he wanted, but there was most of the chance that it will be a wrong selection of that shot. .135 for 2. This one's in the air. The call is for 2. Rupen wants to go for 2. The throw is coming at the strikers, and Abhishek will have to hurry, and he completes that run. Pushes Abhishek to go for that second one. .7 now. This one's in the air. Oh, that is misjudged, and also the deviation. That will allow them to take the second one. Fielders completely unaware of that. 139 for 2. Slowly and steadily now they are moving towards that target. 38 runs more needed of just 36. End of 14 overs, it's 140 for 2. Abhishek now back on striker. 38 runs more needed. The way both these guys are playing, it's absolutely mind-boggling. 47 that Rupen is playing on and Abhishek is playing on 34. Spin attack brought back to create some magic or get some wicket. 38 more needed. This one's in the air and chance of a out. That's a catch. Abhishek goes at a very crucial moment of the game. Again into the gap, and that will be a long chase for the fielder, and he does exceptionally well on that. Wow! He had to run quite a mile and he dives it to save some important runs for his team. What a commitment! Absolute exceptionally fielding there. What a commitment! What a effort! Well, this is where he can be deceiving at the moment. The ball is turning nicely. He's trying to play across the line. And if he gets caught in front of the stump, then it will be a good appeal for the bowler. Zhao Shirani just joining Rupain in the center. Onto the leg side, bit of a chase for the fielder there. Is that going to go and travel all the way for a boundary? No, it is not. Couple of runs. Wonderful delivery. Good flight given. Zaush trying to hit that one straight to the keeper. End of another interesting over. 146 for 3 after the end of 15. The call is for 2, and will they go for 2? Yes, easily. The great runners between the wicket. And Rupain gets to his half century. Rupain Zaveri, what a fantastic innings. Well, after a long time, good to see him defending as well. 6 boundaries in that perfect half century. And he came at a time where those fall of wickets were a concern for Pranav's. But the way he's then built it up with Abhishek, who just got out previous to this, fantastic partnership between these two, and they get to the win. and sailing towards the win. But still, Shreevas has a chance. And only wickets can save this sail, that is ship that is sinking. Still, it's a very neck to neck match. You can't say it is a very one sided innings. Perfect finals that you would love to see. What a running! Great running between the wickets. 151 now. Even if when you were not getting those boundaries very easily, they stuck onto a plan with converting those singles into doubles, doubles into three, finding the gaps. Once again, Zaush wants to go for that single, stopped by Rupen. Says no loudly, and that will also be the end of 16th over. 151 for 3. To win it is 178, and now only 4 overs remaining. $151 for 3, and it's 16 overs that have gone in. Zaush playing on 7. Rupen Zaveri just completing that perfect half century. 6 boundaries in that innings. And it's absolutely a treat to watch such innings, such match-winning innings. But still, Shreevas trying to get back into the game. A very neck-to-neck game that you can watch right here, right now. The spinners still trying their best to get a wicket here. "27 runs more needed of just 24 that are going to be bowled. Is still anybody's game. What a finals to watch. It can't get as exciting as this. Who is going to get that final walk? Up and running easily and takes back the gorgeous trophy. Celebrates tonight at the CCI Members Premier League 2023. It's the 6th season. And what a way to bring in this final in this good atmosphere at the CCI itself. And he goes for a big one. What a stop. And this is where the young guns, the young lads are making a difference in the field. Is that into the gap? No, it is not. Straight to the fielder. Gets a single. This one's connected nicely. Comes into the position. He knows where to find gaps, and that is where Rupen's innings has been absolutely mind-boggling. Singles, doubles, boundaries. He's poised at every move very calculatively. He loves that deep square leg boundary. The ball was outside the off stump. He comes across the crease, places the ball above the 30-yard circle fielder who is standing there. Straight down the ground, but straight to the fielder as well. Gets only a single. This time towards the extra covers, gets a single, only a run given. One more to go in this over. Trying to go for the reverse sweep. Bit of a misfield there. Will that travel to the boundary? Yes, it does. 15 needed of 18. Spin attack. Right arm over round the wicket. Rupen little early to run that. Manages still to get a single because of the misfield that happened by the bowler on his own follow through. Gets a single. 14 needed of 17. What a finals to watch here at the CCI Members Premier League Season 6. This time into the gap, and that will be a boundary. He has been excellent in two areas. No doubt he's a wonderful batsman, but to finding the gaps towards the backward point region and towards the square leg region, he's been exceptionally well. Look at that. Beauty you, Rupen Zaveri. What a player. 65 runs of the just 35 runs that he's 35 balls that he's played. The innings has been absolutely a match-winning innings here at the finals of the Members Premier League here at CCI. Is this one more into the gap? There is a long chase for the fielder and easy 2 runs that he'll get. Well, it's in the air, and that will go for a long boundary towards the long on region. Rupen Zaveri wants to finish things in style here, and he does not have too much patience to do it, but he has some good looking shots that will make the evening more interesting. A treat to watch here to see Rupen Zaveri bat 71 of the 37 that he's faced, and what a perfect match-winning innings at the night of the finals here at the Members Premier League at CCI. Steps down the crease, wants to finish things in style, but will still have to wait for some more time. Another single, and that will also be the end of 18th over. It's 176 and more 2 runs needed to win this game. and this time a single again. So he gives the final runs, the winning runs to Rupen, who has been absolutely excellent. What a gesture by the captain. Zaush gives it to the man. You hit the winning runs. You have got us still here. And that is the winning runs. CCI Members Premier League. The winners is Pranav Badminton. Pranav'S Badminton Blasters are the winners of this final CCI Members Premier League 2023.
So to start this prize distribution, first of all, thank you to all the participating teams, sponsors and departments. It was a great tournament over 5 weeks. We had to rush up this tournament slightly because of the ground availability, but I really thank all the captains and all the owners to cooperate, and we could end up playing today the finals just a day before our ground is shutting for the women's IPL. So thank you everybody, to all the participants, players. I want to really congratulate the combined strikers team. They were kind of down and out in the beginning of the tournament. They regrouped under Swapnil, Kunal, Amrish. They made a very strong team, and today they played a fantastic final. And nice spirit. I want to congratulate Zaush, Sid and the Badminton Blasters team as well. They've been undefeated and rightly so. Have played very well as a unit, and it was good to see some good cricket today actually, all of us. Prize distribution, but I also want to thank our ground staff. As easy as it looks to come and play every night a match here, then play matches in the day, set up the nets, remove the nets, next day have net practice. They've done a fantastic job, and I don't think the MPL could have happened if their cooperation was not there. And today the finals wicket where we got more than 360 runs was also a thing that, you know, they prepared a good ground. I would hand over now the mic to a president just to say a few kind words, and then Ranjit. Thank you.
Thanks. Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can.
So it's been I really feel so happy when I see so much cricket being played on these grounds, because it was high time we got cricket back in the club. And you guys are doing amazing jobs. All the teams are doing wonderful. It was really fun sitting there and watching. And I think we just saw a new player. I'm told it's a member, but the first time I'm seeing Arjun. Brilliant fielding. I just saw the fielding. Brilliant. Congrats to both the teams. Played very well. Thank you.
I'm not going to take much time. Just congratulations to all the teams and especially the winners. And it's great to see cricket back at the club. Thank you.
So to start the prize distribution, we will start with the best bowler. He's played very few games, but he went at a very high price in the auction. So best bowler of the tournament goes to Tejas Patni. I can if there's nobody from his team, Rupen, can you come and take the award for him?
Don't take it home, huh?
Rohan, bowling.
See my stats today of my
I request Joint Treasurer Ranjit Wasmani to give this award.
Rupen, every match he'll ask you for bowling.
For all the run-outs, Rupen.
Take it home.
Now the best batsman of the tournament. Fantastic strike rate, superb batting. It was like a one-man show for snooker. Rohan Punjani.
Hey Ronnie, you have a flight to catch?
Now, of course, the player of the tournament. Tough choice it was. Not really, actually quite an easy one. Rupen Javeri.
Yeah! So good, Rupen!
Catches.
Go Rupen!
And of course, he finished the game of today as well.
Well done, yeah, Rupti. I still should have got the medal last game.
Now, I request Amrish, Kunal Shroff, Swapnil to come forward to take the runners-up trophy for combined strikers. And Sachin also, sorry.
Yeah, all the captains.
Trophy, come on. They are the owner of the team.
All captains.
Actually, come entire team come now, yaar.
Yeah.
Come on, everyone. Best. Everyone. Best. Come on. Come on, everyone, come. Arey, Anna.
Really a clap for Kamai. They've come, everyone.
Come on, guys, come on.
Kira, where did you go before the match?
I went to the mandir. हमें भी बता दे कौन सा. Well done, guys. Thank you so much.
The last two prizes
For all
of
the
tonight,
stars I gave you.
I request our
You are the
president to
donor.
give the man of the match of the finals to Rupen Javeri. I'll request Pranav bhai, is he here?
Yeah, he's there.
Pranav bhai, Zaush and Sid to come and accept the trophy for the winners.
Well done, Joshi!
Badminton!
Catch this. Arey, come man.
पांच बार आउट किया उसका क्या भाई वो वॉचिंग पांच बार आउट किया तेरे को शाणे वो तेरा श्रीजी तेरा बाप पीछे बैठा उसके लिए तेरे को पांच नहीं
Well done, boys. Well done.
Okay, so we are done. Whoever wants to drink can go to the houses, bars, wherever and have a drink. Bye.
Well played.